Welcome to Part 8 of our continuing adventure in Splatoon Raiders. We are now fully in the post-game after having seen the end credits in the previous session and having dipped into the first 10 or so floors of the bottomless buffet. And ever since then, we've been sweeping through some of the super spicy levels where we've been able to approach them. And so last time we checked a good amount of the standard levels off to the list just to see how far we can pursue them with our current setup and bank up some resources in the meantime. The recommended levels are getting fairly high, but in these levels that don't have too much time pressure attached to them, we've continued to blunder our way through. So the ambition eventually will just be to sweep up much more of the levels that are available to us. And when we feel ready, we will push on with the bottomless buffet. So yeah, we took it down to 15 last time. And that's how far we've gotten so far before we hit a bit of a wall where I couldn't get through the first floor on floor 16 to 18. Although we only made one quick attempt at it. But it does seem like we need to work on the gear quite a bit before it becomes approachable. So I think we'll continue what we did last time and just continue going down this list to see just how seriously we should or shouldn't be taking the level requirement. And we might change around a little bit of the setup if it so pleases us, because we're beginning to pick up a wider range of the 5-star weapons that we can start to build around. But for now, just to keep our options open, I think we'll just run the levels and bank more resources and see how we do. So, the setup that we're running currently is the one that we've been with for quite some time now, which is the combination freeze and icebreaker. We might want to invest a little further in weapon damage on this, even though the base is just 43 here. At some point, I might want to switch over to some of the other weapons like the blaster, which has this scorch effect to it. Very comparatively high percentage on the scorch effect as well. And the scorch and ignite combo here looks promising as well on the slosher. So we'll probably play around with some of these when we have a chance to. But for now, we'll stick with the freeze build. It might be a bit one-dimensional. I wonder if we should maybe get more elemental effects going. So maybe a scorch effect on the splatolites if we can open up the budget for that. Because then everything melts a lot faster, you would think. But I think we'll need to bank up more resources just to be able to upgrade more of these properties, and then we can free up some more room to put in some additional effects. For now, let's stick with this build until we run into trouble. And if we do run into trouble, we'll tinker and reconsider. Or, of course, just run other levels completely. So we've been running this 100% freeze on the blast boots. That's really been the heart and soul of this build so far. It makes me wonder if we still need the freeze effect doubled up here on the meteor mitt as well, but we'll consider that, because I wonder if you can get 100% on that one as well. And then you just freeze break everything in sight. For now though, let's see if level 64 is really that far beyond what we can do. Because that's a pretty big jump, right? Yeah, no, we did 60 just fine, so how bad could it be? Yeah, it comes to a certain point when I think survivability will be maybe the bigger stopping point. At some point, we'll need to do the compass levels, which will be timed dungeons as well. Locked behind timed dungeons, rather, so we can get the remaining 6 skill points to boost our HP, but we'll probably need to get our damage numbers up before we really approach something like that. So Okay, let's just smack everything we can and then freeze it all up again. Oh yes, this is the bit that the shortcut, I think. Or, no, not this part, but there was another ice level where we had this massive fly wire shortcut. Okay, flyfish will need a bit of work. It's one of the weaknesses of this build sometimes. Let's just get used to playing again. Okay, strong arms. Maybe we should bait it in closer so we can freeze it. Yeah, because strong arms actually is a bit of a problem in conjunction with flyfish there. Let's maybe get out of here for a little bit and see if we can maybe sort out some of the threats. For too long, yeah, this flyfish down here, that's where it needs to go. Got a ferment effect on this fellow as well, or at least briefly. Let's get out of danger first, I think. As well as be down by life. We have the ferment effect going on with the meteor mid activating all 3 of the tank powers. That's been something important here. Even as we took that in lieu of other abilities, that might be situationally more useful. And down we go. Okay, this flyfish section. Well, we'll see. If we get into danger, we do have big man available for any kind of emergencies, but let's maybe pick off the smaller ones first. Make some space. Best place to be in. Yeah, let's try not to stomp directly on top of the steel wheel. Oop. Actually have very little idea of how any enemy skilling works by level here in the postgame, but we'll fight these until we can. Okay, that was fairly simple. And yeah, since level 50 is the statistical cap on us, until we approach the other compass levels or compass unlocks, then time being we should be adequately equipped to take at most things. Yeah, none of these have been roadblocked so far, so let's just keep on pressing. And the idea is that we'll have enough resources, hopefully, to really invest in some skills and change things up when we need to boost both weapon and our gadget damage through various improvements that are going to cost us quite a bit in Spiralite. And we've got that infinitesimal upgrade on the next prestige level. A little bit salty there, shouldn't be losing life already. But let's grab what we can. Spotlight should largely take care of these ones, at least. Didn't even realize there was this platform that you could sail across. This little gust. When we do eventually switch out the Julies, I think we're going to miss the dodge roll a bit here. It's becoming increasingly useful. Whoop. Let's get big man in. Get set of color. Looking a little reliant on using big man as an escape. Yeah, stingers to the left. We should take care of those, just because they're likely to be a bit of a problem otherwise. Just do an eel over here. We'll flank it. Okay, we want to charge a big man as soon as we can. So clear out some of this stuff. And we want to get rid of this stinger back too. Let's not get smoked by the big shot ring here. That could have gone slightly better, but okay, good. The real test, of course, will be all the open Spirelight farming levels that are theoretically tuned for level 80. But in the meantime, we'll just keep stacking what we can. I mean, I don't really know what the recommended levels even mean at this point, since there's just locked to level 50 anyway, and there's like the weapons cap out like that as well. Maybe it's just recommended weapon damage level for how much you've upgraded. I haven't done so here because our current main weapon is still at 43 and 10. Oh, no, hang on. Oh, that was unfortunate. Taking a hit just from falling off the edge. Let's make sure we actually get on the rails this time. That's the kind of mistake that could blow a whole run if you're not careful. Okay, stinger first. And then steel heel next. Nope, in a bit of danger. Let's get out until we recover. There we go. There's some poor positioning here from time to time. Scrapper should not be a problem though. Yeah, this area is really no more complex than it was just in regular spicy. A little bit dense here. We'll get Big Man to clear some space as well if we need to. But we'll see if we can clean up the numbers a little bit first before we come through the line of that. Here we got into the lid. This lemon lid. Not quite in danger yet, but we need to deal with that stinger. Those stingers, rather. Okay, Big Man down. Okay, really not hitting any kind of roadblock for these, so I think all of these should be doable. We'll stack up a good amount of currency for further upgrades. Important thing in this level is just to not lose the platforming. And we can be patient about it instead of trying to risk every single jump. Jump for Mars. Well, no, like I said, let's not lose to the platform. It's exactly thing that we really need to not be careless about so we don't just lose our buffer of lives here. Because the enemies themselves have not been too much of a risk. In terms of keeping the crowds under control, so long as we get some of the trickier threats like the flying fish out of the way quickly. This is the crumbly bits. Okay. Really not too difficult to deal with. Exactly the same as the other difficulties. Once again. Okay, stinger first. Big man at the ready when we need him. As we might for the strong arms. Nope. Okay, absolutely no meaningful obstructions so far, apart from our own platforming. So I think the rest of these should be pretty simple to take down. This one here, with a small fry, that one I think will eventually be a much more significant DPS check, but we'll worry about that when we get there. For now, let's just clear what we can. We should actually run out of tanks at some point, though, so we can loot more properties for other tanks, which have been falling behind the power tank recently. just given how reliant we've been on the freeze break build. We did have other freeze break setups for the other tanks as well that we used when finishing the dungeons that were immediately after the final boss, but we'll see if we want to go back to any of those. Oops. I got a bit careless. And a bit stuck. Just bait it down a bit. Very tactically savvy of the scrappers here to be facing away from each other and shielding each other. As unintentional as that may have been. Yeah. Okay, flyfish once again is the big threat here. Probably would want to get rid of those smokers as well. Probably buff everything up. Watch out for the moths underneath as well. Up here. There we go. Should have remembered that. let's not jump off the side. Okay, just cruising through everything fairly quickly today. This is all just resource preparation, of course, for the bottomless buffet later. I kind of wonder, since we're doing well, maybe we should try a different weapon setup just to see how we do with some different effects. Since we have the flexibility to do it, we know we're cruising through everything with this current weapon, so why don't we just try something? For example, the butane blaster with the scorch effect. And we'll still have the frozen effect going on with everything else. But then when you freeze everything around you, then, well, let's think about this, because maybe we'll... I still like going power tank because we have the Splatolites blast boot combination going on, and which has been very useful. But let's play around a little bit and see if there's anything we'd like to edit. I think we're still fine for now. Yeah, we'll stay with it. We'll see if the frozen effect still does well, even when we are on a vastly different weapon. It could be that we crash and burn on this, and then we switch back to the setup that we had before with the freeze break. But basically, if you don't have the icebreaker going on, then maybe enemies stay frozen and you can kind of crowd control them while you scorch them. Unless fire melts ice or something. As would sensibly be the case. Let's just try it. I was thinking that eventually we want to actually take the freeze break, the icebreaker rather, and put it on the blaster to get that huge burst damage with the icebreaker multiplier. So we have Scorch, weapon with a decent area of effect, and then maybe we can still do something with it. Yeah, because, you know, you can just keep it under control that way. Because we have had a bit of a serious dependence on the icebreaker lately, and we should try some other builds from time to time just to make sure we're not just locking ourselves to one option in case it fails and we don't have a backup plan. So it's still based on freezing things, but we're not using the icebreaker effect anymore. We're freezing them and then using the other elements to bring everything down. We might try this with the slosher as well. Now we haven't leveled up this weapon yet, so this is a weapon with maybe a little less damage output, particularly on single targets, but so much of this game becomes about crowd controlling much larger clusters of enemies that maybe favoring an area attack with a blaster is okay. Shouldn't have spent it too early. Because the thing is, then spreads like the flyfish can remain frozen for longer, and that actually be beneficial. May need Big Man to intervene in a moment here, but yeah, because then you start thinking about freezes, a form of damage mitigation instead, and that could work out. We'll prioritize the big snap if we can, I think. That's what we usually do. Yeah, because then you don't unfreeze it immediately. I mean, you do after a few shots, but it's not going to poke you while you do it. Even if the icebreaker does get it down a lot faster. Just get right in their face. worked out well enough for something we didn't upgrade at all. Yeah, we might actually just try to play around with this a little bit. I'm going to move back to this for a moment so we can save our current presets, which I think is slightly updated from what we had before. That's... yeah, with just a few changes. Maybe we can still do something elementally oriented. With one of the other tanks. This was also using the freeze effect on the live fiber. This was also using the splatterlight still, which might be helpful. I want to get some kind of elemental effect up on the shot pod as well. We'll see. I like what we were going with, though. I mean, it was working very effectively. We just could use a lot more options on the other tanks as well, just in case. And so, let's consider. So the shot pot doesn't actually do anything elemental. Balloons have Scorch. Laser is a very significant upgrade, which we should consider. And it does ferment things around you, so maybe we should. I kind of like the idea of the auto trigger on it as well, because, you know, then we don't need to babysit the positioning. Maybe use this in conjunction with the last boot and flywire rather. Flywire also has ferment. Because then the idea is maybe we go for like a triple elemental build to have all the debuffs up and running. Yeah, let's just play around with this a little bit. Because we were doing so well with our freeze break setup that we should try some other things just to have options open. And because you got the auto tank activation on this. And as for this slot, that'll also do a freeze if you want it, but I'm actually thinking that we'll go for an auto-activated tether whale and we'll build around it. Just to see how it does. And maybe the egg collection on it as well, because we no longer have the spotlights to do that job with this setup. So this will be our splatterlights replacement, essentially. Let's see how we're doing for the point budget for that. Recovers laser fire time. Maybe. Let's see. Inking the ground, reeling them in. I think reel them in... Well, if it's pulled in towards them, then you can kind of cluster them up. One of the other attacks. We definitely want the egg collection, though. So let's see what we can free up here. Let's do that. Oops. We won't have the ferment effect on it, that's the only thing. But I wonder if we can boost the... percentage. Well, no, I mean the whole point is to try to do the ferment effect, though, so maybe... we do need to consider this. Because Flywire can also have it. Because if you're zipping towards something, then you can blow them up in front of you. I mean, you don't necessarily need other gadget cooldown. If we're building towards guns anyway. Oh, however, we don't have the finisher cooldown anymore, so that actually does affect things a little bit. Because we'll need more resources anyway to really up the ferment effect on one of these. I don't like the idea of giving it a sprinkler. Only 10% on it. Well, let's still do something for us here. Extra ground under laser. It's similar to having the sprinkler. Maybe we just sprinkle on it. I think we'll try it like this. Yeah, the thing is, do we want to do the blaster or do we want to do the camo slosher, which... has the benefit of spreading the scorch. So it's pretty speedy. Just need to spam it though. You can zip around and spray everything inside. Might be interesting. Because with so many lasers, a 10% effect on the ferment is not too bad. You can eventually get up to something like 100% effect by squeaking in some other points. Might be interesting. Let's run this just to see how it works. Could be a disaster, but we're messing around. As we've been farming up so many resources with our standby builds that absolutely work, that I've been neglecting just diversifying the setup here and seeing what else we can do. Okay, so we're going to fly wire in, for instance. Then doesn't do too badly, actually. But we'll see. Okay, now for a real test. There's some of the fly wires that you can actually hit aerial targets once. Actually, you can hit the slamming lids in a different position. Running out of thing quickly though. Get to use the fly wire and cooldown. Anyway, necessarily picking you. Oh, danger. Yeah, I didn't really want to spend big man on that small a fight, but oh. Sometimes we have to get ourselves out of danger quickly. We could have used him next part instead. Fly wire we know to be good against stairs. Whoa, I wasn't watching Mars. That was very unfortunate. Might get us into trouble here if we get stung. That's okay. That was a necessary escape. Well, decent chance that we'll have big man charged up again for when we need him at the final objective. I totally forgot to do a costume change at the beginning of the stream today, incidentally. We should do that. That's what we've been doing every session up to this point. Okay, big man up and running just in time. Match output did seem pretty good there. But of course, the time dungeons will be the real test of that. First things first. What have we not gone with? Well, we picked this up last time. It's new. Let's go with that. And we can probably also put in some weapon scrapping at some point for the income. Yeah, not even going to bother with anything lower quality at this time. At some point when we have the weapon power cost, and we'll have to look at it just in case we do have something become viable here. I do like the freeze break on this one right now, but if we eventually have a way to swap freeze break onto something like the blaster, we'll probably do it. We're not doing the damage upgrades yet right now, but it's because we're doing okay with what we are currently. I think ideally I would like to get 100% on ferment on a tether whale. Likely to be costly. But we can't afford it. We'll need to free up 4 more slots on it, but I think that'll be worthwhile. Oh, it's not 100%, it's 30%, but that's still a pretty big game. Considering how many lasers we have out. Maybe we should have looked at that number before just spending all the resources on it, but that's okay, we'll mess with us a little bit. I don't know, we even need the laser damage up at this point. Let's take out to reel them in for a moment. I guess it'd be easy to cluster them if we do have that. Yeah, you know, maybe we just don't even go with laser damage up. And we go with reel them in instead of that until we've managed to free up the points. Because the ferment effect is probably going to be more critical here. Well, let's see how we do with this setup on the last of the treasure levels here. Again, since none of these levels are under time pressure, it's easier to just experiment, but we also don't have a very good gauge of how well this will perform under more high-pressure circumstances when we might need to upgrade weapon damage, so we'll try this out first. Get back here for a moment. Just smack it in the head, and then we'll collect this and proceed. Go flywire against these when we can. Flywire and the tether wheel activation work pretty well together, actually. Because you actually cover a lot of distance with a long laser and tear everything down on the way. We did find that tether wheel was what got me over the line for it. The spicy, medium spicy version of the small fry damage check, so this may have helped. The nice thing about this setup is that we don't seem to be taking very much incoming damage. Since between the freeze and the laser, things get controlled pretty quickly. As long as we're standing in careful places. But yeah, again, we'll see how this performs in the dens when we get to them. Particularly because I can't afford more damage upgrades on weapons right now. Then at least we'll have a go-to speed setup. We should think of a tactic setup as well. Likely still involving spotlights. But we'll think about that when we can afford it. Of course, the limitation of playing Slosher, kind of like playing Brush, is that it can be a little bit spammy. Because controlling it with this repeated manual fire. And the ink consumption is pretty heavy. Where's my flywire? Come on. There we go. It's out of range. Oh. Well, nice big target for the laser. Let's just get out of trouble. Oh, still a flying fish in a while here. But not anymore. Whoops. Missed my flywire for a moment. Couldn't quite get far enough to just get directly into range of the stinger here, and that was absolutely a bit of a problem. A little bit much going on at the moment, especially with a steel eel. Oh, no. That's going to be a second loss right there. That's unfortunate. We might actually lose here because of the fall. Gotta get rid of that eel. It's very much in the way. Flywire against steelhead is very satisfying when you pull it off. Okay, that was cutting it too close, but we made it. This is our first 5-star roller. Scorch and freeze. Any good efficiency on a roller, we'll consider that. Have to deal with a very slow wind-up in rollers to get anything done with them, so. Anyway, that's it for these stages. No, we can't farm up on the open stage. I think what we'll actually want to do is test out our damage output against some of the runes so we can get up to the compass levels. And then fill in the remaining skill points that we need for the HP. The survivability does look like it'll matter somewhat. Let's take the current setup there. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back to the icebreaker. tether whale actually is working out quite nicely. Our ink efficiency, however, leaves much to be desired. Let's go fly wire against these. There we go, we just smoke them. They're doing alright for damage actually if we're able to mostly fill these in with about 30 seconds on the clock. No problem so far. Okay, stingers will hit immediately. Oh, find a gap. Yeah, no, unfortunately that was a falling into the gap issue. I was not watching it properly. I could sink to run if we're not careful. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, I really have to stop diving into nowhere. Okay, just barely made it a danger alive. However, time may be a bit of a problem. Just collect. Yeah, that was a sloppy play. We did make it out in the end. Get the stingers down first and we'll focus boss. Okay, no problem. Water Wings Splatter Shot. Good endurance effect on it. No elemental effect, but the damage output might do quite a lot by itself. And the defense, for that matter. Okay, well this will be a big jump up from 50 to 57. Let's see, we have the damage output to do it. Oh, no, steel eel just mobbed me in the face. Gotta get out of here. No, too slow. Yeah, we misplayed around the steel eel there, but we're getting flyfish out of here. We'll up a little bit. Okay, have to watch out for time here. Oh, we have lots of eggs down there. We'll be fine. And steel eel might be a bit of an issue if we're not careful. I'm gonna pop Big Man now. Clear space, grab some eggs. Have enough time to charge up Big Man again after that. Okay, we just need to focus on it if we can. Aggressively chase it. Yeah, a lot of bombardment we're not really using, but that's why we'll run speed tank for a while just to stack those things up. Do a new compass level. Which will be a testing ground for the tactics stack this time. Okay, I have to make sure we know what's on which button. Particularly because I haven't used a torque screw very much. I'm not that experienced with it. Okay. Do need it for a jump. Oh, so we would need to figure out how to pop everything. Now, we're not on a timer. But we do need to figure out some kind of movement puzzle with it, perhaps, or at least... Oop. How's it? Oh, I see. No, because it's behind the glass. Yeah, we need to reflect it. And then probably torque screw to reflect from above or something. Let's see what we can do. Actually, no, we just used a laser for this. Oh, that's kind of nice that this is more puzzle oriented. At least it was up to that point. So no matter what, I think we'll need to do some kind of rotation to get the pieces. Yeah, or would you just wait? This is a laser segment for sure, I would think. As you place this, and then catch everything you can. Oh, missed one. I guess, yeah, no, we would have needed to fly fiber that one just to fill that out properly at the end. Whoop, missed it. Oh, nope. Expired. Let's try it again. Not leaving it quite so long this time. Here we go. This is probably also going to be a segment where you... Well, actually, no, you can just jump. Rather, wrong one. Yeah. Well, we can just jump those. I mean, it's kind of encouraging you to jump from point to point over there, so... Let's see. It's kind of nice to have a more relaxed puzzle style level. I haven't had very many of these to work with over the course of the game, because the levels have just been usually one-note gadget showpieces. Oh, I actually needed a laser. I need a laser and then I need to jump into a position that will actually... No, that's fine, because if I just go stay with a laser on that side and then jump up and go around, then that'll do it. Oops. Yeah, I know how to do it. Let's combine things accordingly. Drop the laser here. Platform around to the other side. Here we are. Okay, who's last? That's where it came from, no? This one here. Oh, this will just be a reflection puzzle, I think. A little bit more height. Actually, if we gain some height here, like that. Just a little bit, not too much. But we still need to get things on the right timing. Oops. Yeah, that's gonna come in too low. We do need to at least jump into the shot. Here we go. We done? Okay, so let's grab these. It'll be a pretty significant boost to survivability. Except we will need the remaining set of 3 points to put this up all the way. And we're not having trouble with the damage requirement just yet, but that may change as we get a little bit deeper and try to approach that compass. So do we stay with this build? I think we do, and if we can't quite make it, then we'll start working on some of the crystal levels perhaps, so we can have resources available to pump weapon damage. That, and we'll also try the icebreaker build on this, if we're finding that it's not a good fit for this weapon. Yeah, get the eel out of the way now. And then there's another eel coming. Not worried, are we about time? We'll find out. close. It was not entirely an intentional big man activation, but we did it anyway. Oops. Get out. Want some eggs while we're at it? Nope. We may not have time to finish this actually, because taking damage there did cause some problems on that score. Yeah, he's gonna fall a little shy from having taken a death there. It's probably something that just damage increase can take care of, but what I'm gonna do, we're gonna save the current setup. I don't know if we want to override some of the previous freeze break oriented ones. Let's put it here just in case. And swap back to the freeze break idea. Just for familiarity's sake. Okay. The nice thing with this one is that you get fast cooldowns from enemy defeats. I mean, it's just pretty fast in general. Getting in trouble here. Get the stand in a very good place. We're actually going to do worse for time than we did with the other build, which was maybe surprising. But that was maybe entirely because of that depth that we took. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that this actually cleared less efficiently. Tells me that I should go back to the other preset. We might want to pump it for damage a little bit. Or try with the blaster, even. There's a lot of eels. Oh. Oh, that kind of completely worked for us there. Let's see there. Yeah. Yeah, we're actually getting over the line much faster with this build. Surprisingly how much better it's doing. Considering we were so reliant on the freeze break build for so long, but it might also just be playing it better. It might also just be a better fit for these mass fights that we're seeing here. Yeah, better area damage on this stuff compared to the dualies build. Oh. Oh no, wasn't watching. That was unfortunate. Nine seconds. Let's just grab it and go. I said grab it and go. It's right there. 1 second remaining. Just need to jump for it. Okay, running a little tight there. Tighter than we would have liked. Anyway, let's just knock them down if we can. Big man, I don't know if he was that effective there, but... Okay, only 1 life left though. We're so close to getting him though. Maybe not jump off the edge. There we go. We'll see, we need those 3 points eventually. Feels like those 2 points could have been made up for something here, but let's think about that. Combined with an upgrade on something, then we would be able to put in one of the ink effects out of this or the sprinkler. Let's leave it for now until we have more resources to work with. Oh, also we have... no, we have a point, but that's because we need 2 points for the next upgrade. Well, might as well see. I mean, again, big jump in levels. I don't know if the damage requirement is something that we can beat just yet, but we can see how closely we can press that. And if not, then we'll just clean up some lower levels first and go back. But it would be nice to finally finish all of the player's stats all the way up to the cap. Not a good situation to be in. That was a little bit rough. We've not been fighting the steelheads very well. But not too much danger. Okay, this one may take a bit more work first. Let's just pick up what we can loot-wise and expect that this will probably be a failure. This big man can come to the rescue here. I just want to go pick up the eggs quickly enough, though. Alright, that's fine. We'll keep on making resources for damage increases and further optimization before we approach that one. Of course, we could always try to get a setup again, even though this actually seemed to be more successful for damaging things. But at that time, the issue was that we were taking too many hits and not defending well. So we could swap between these two and see if we can get something to come together. There's some space there. I'm not approaching it very well. We should just climb. Survivability is going a lot better. But if we can get the damage over the line, though, is still the operative question here. Certainly the egg collection is a lot easier with the splash points. Did fairly well there, actually. Might just be a better fit for what this level has to offer. Yeah, let's get that flying fish out of here. Whoa, no, jumped out. Okay, luckily we had Big Man up and running for such an emergency. Not great. Let's get out of danger first. Nope. Egg requirements are getting tighter here. And I don't think we'll get over the line. Too bad, we're not for the death, I think. We probably could have gotten pretty close. But again, that might just be a matter of getting the damage numbers up, so... Probably the sensible thing to do then is to clear what we can. Let's go back to the slosher for a moment. Or, whoops. Yeah, we'll clear up to the limit of what we can do. And then spend a bit more heavily on upgrades when we're able. So these are all timed as well, but we'll go down the list and just check off whatever is doable. Is a bit low here. Let's until we refresh that. Maybe we're ready for the big Gohawk wave. Might be running it a bit slow, but at least we're not taking damage, really. It's just... Oh, okay. Got that done. It's a good level for that Teta Whale, in fact. More eggs. There we go. 2 seconds remaining. Okay, that was a little bit tight. But... I guess we did have Big Man available for master clears as well. Yeah, mostly materials that we need off these. There's all Scrapper. Scrapper should do pretty well with the laser setup that we have, in fact. Oh yeah, because it's the Scrapper maze. That's right. Behind them. Make sure we don't get crowded with them completely. be going to get a bunch done. Didn't really get behind him in Scrapper here, but look at that, and it'll be simple. Stingers, yeah, we're keeping the fly wire for that, obviously. That is what we should be doing. Glass boots, fly wire, we're already built for this. Remember how much Slosher, not Blaster, I do in fact need to spam the attack. I forgot that because we had a Slosher on the preset. Actually going to run out of time. I guess we needed a big guy. Otherwise we don't. Yeah, we do need all the big stacks because otherwise we're a little down on time. Okay, positionally that could have been cleaner. Let's give it another go. It was reasonably close, could have done better. Better timed ability usage. Come on. Misjudging the flywire range sometimes is that must give a little bit of trouble. Loot what we take down. Yeah, prioritize the big guy. For sure. If we do, then I think oh, we're still a little bit slow here. Yeah, it didn't wrap around from side to side very efficiently. I'm gonna try the other setup on this. Or we can try to blaster on this. Because with the blaster you can take down more of the stack at once. That's not a blaster, that's here we go. Because you don't really need the ignite effect on this level. You do need some damage. And some area damage. And they work a lot better. Let's remember to loot. No, bad idea. Go right into the middle of what I'm watching. Oh, that might have killed the run. For all we know. Okay. Yeah, blaster was the solution there. Steel eel, I think we're staying on blaster. Yeah, particularly with the ice effect. A little short of big man's requirement. Unfortunately, I was trying to get out of trouble here, but we didn't quite finish. Okay. Got a lot of 4 stars that we can probably scrap at some point as well. We're not really using many of these. I want to keep some of them on reserve up to level 50. But how about we just get rid of the ones under? Because at this point, all of them will be outpaced, I think. We have this Primo's Squelcher that looks pretty good. And some other things that we had upgraded up to this point. Let's just maybe take all of these ones, including the ones that served us so well after we upgraded them previously. But we are outpacing a lot of those with our needs. So with that, we got some decent income for further improvements. I kind of want to try this one again. I don't even remember if we were running Blaster or Slosher on this last time, but perhaps we just put a damage increase on the Blaster. That was a fair bit. That is about a 20% increase. We may need to get over the line. And in the meantime, let's make sure that as far as my presets go, that I've got the Blaster under preset. And I think we'll keep the same setup. So with the damage increase, let's see if we do better. Although last time surviving this was itself a bit of an issue. Easier on the hands than playing Slosher too. Okay, let's not forget the loot. You know what? We can just grab those eggs over there. We're already over the corner. Oh. Not great at all, actually. Got caught completely out of position. I'm trying to address some of the threats on this side. Extra crispy is always a bit of a problem anyway. No. It's too bad because it looks like we're actually reasonably close here. We have enough eggs on the field to get out, for instance. Only one life remaining. That's not great going into level 3. Okay, against Mars. Make sure we maybe save the jump so we can get out. Although that will be available as well. Do a big man available, and we should probably use him at this point. And Poison Leaf, welcome. Trying to find for the 5-star roller. Yeah, we just picked one up today. I haven't played with a 5-star roller yet, but we'll show that off to you in just a moment. We got this one over here, Balloon Roller, which we haven't really played with yet. Does have a Scorch and a Freeze on it. Reasonably quick, actually, because it's more of a turfing roller rather than a high damage one. So it might not be a bad option, actually, in conjunction with the tether. You see here. Let's see if I can find a good use for it. Yeah, it's quicker than I thought it would be, in fact. We'll definitely mess with that a bit later, perhaps. When we have the income to pump the damage a bit. Okay, last of the compass levels. It's always a little bit tricky. We move and we try to just get the circle to go in the correct direction. Oh, there we go. You know what? Bit finicky. It's right here. We just had it. We just had it. quickly. I think it's the last time we'll have to do this. It's right here somewhere. I just couldn't land on it. There we go. Okay, speed feast. Probably will have to be fast. Just like how with the tactics when we had to be clever. Oh yeah, very fast. Okay, and then muscle memory will take a little bit of work too because we have everything on different buttons than I usually use. Now jump bomb, you have a double charge on it. Yeah, fly wires, just the usual. But we have 2 charges in the fly wire as well, in fact. And then, ooh, look at that. Triple ring. Booyah-rang. So is this timed? I mean, it's speed, right? Surely it is. Oh yeah, it's based on a 75 timer. Pointing the wrong way for that. Well, for first effort, I really didn't know what I was doing. That wasn't horrible, but obviously a lot of room for improvement. Yeah, we need to use the jump bomb to do more popping instead of just jumping. That's an important optimization to make. So let's not spam both charges too early. Okay. Oh, come on. I'm missing everything with the flywire. We could have gotten it. We just missed a shot. We just missed a shot. We had a one shot in the flywire up to the balloons. That would have been it. Whoop. Actually, it wasn't that effective. Last one. There we go. Last one. No. Which one am I missing? I got 149. Oh, I think maybe I was out of range for the last one. So 149 that time. We with a few things there that kind of left one or two stray balloons in the middle of nowhere that made that a little more difficult to accomplish, but it seems like a very solvable problem. Yeah. It was not miss the earliest part here. Just a little cluster this time. How did we miss that much? So yeah, top to the 149 so far, and clearly things in a more efficient order. A lot of strays here that we're not quite able to catch. Yeah, we have to leave fewer stragglers essentially. We got 146 that time. Could be doing a lot better. Okay, you know what? Let's go like this. there's still a lot left. I wasn't that efficient that time. We left a whole lot on the table. I think with everything kind of moving clockwise, like if you're looking at it from the top, moving clockwise, we should be moving counterclockwise to not be spending so much time chasing clusters and having to move towards us instead for interactions like the boomerang. That might be something to consider. That we might just be following the level the wrong way. So again, best we've done is 149. I don't really even know how we did that well. But we'll see what we can do this time. Looking a whole lot better. Oop. Okay, these are the last two, so... Oh, okay, yeah, because we actually need to get to the book in time. That's why we didn't clear it that one time. But it looked like I had just barely hit 150 at the end. Good thing we had time to spare to react to that, so I wasn't making a mess of the flywire on the way to the book. Anyway, that is going to be the last set of skill points in the game, so we will have our base stats maxed out at this point. And that is all done. I should see if there were any new logs here. No, not enough to get us a reward. Okay, so survivability has taken a big improvement. Well, we might as well see if we can hit the damage requirement for the 2 remaining timed ruins. And if we can't, then we'll push some other stuff first. Actually, it may make sense just because of the level requirement here that we'll grind up some of the dens instead before we proceed. Since with the compasses out of the way, the urgency of doing the treasure dens is much less than it was before. Yeah, I mean, with these guys, it's just a pure damage check. It's not like much of a threat. Well, I say that so we get danger. Okay, all drizzlers. I had to remember to loot these too. Thank you for the follow. And welcome. We'll say a proper hello after I can take my eyes off of the current task at hand, since the screen is a little busy. But that is it. Plenty of time remaining. And yeah, Yasuo Kuma, thank you for coming by. Hope you're enjoying the game in your own right. Let's keep going. Pancake, like a pancake. Oh yeah, because they're slamming lids, of course. Now, Blaster might not be the best for slamming lids here, but I guess we'll just need to bait everything in, and Flywire's pretty good at least. We're positioning ourselves. Slosher might actually be better for this if we can dump on top, but yeah, because we may have some issues here with just getting in position. We need to ride some of them and blast the others from above. Big man's really not charged at all here. Let's see if we can get out of danger for a moment. Okay, now big man's charged. I think we'll need him. We're not doing well for time. I need the lids down so without having to worry about positioning and jumping too much. Yeah, against lids, this may not be the best setup. But we can actually just get the legs, the eggs rather, collected. We'll try the power setup with this, because with the Splatolites, at least we can maybe take out a few of them at once in much better fashion. Big Man might even not be the best idea for this either. In fact, we've been running him because of the escapes, but if we can stay alive, then you can imagine Fry being a lot more effective against lids. So that's one thing we'll consider as well if we don't quite have this one together. Let's go back to this. Just don't have the right tool for the job at the moment. Because the thing about these is that if you bait them down, You can actually get the meteor within range. Wow, what a mess. And Splatterlights take care of a whole lot of business here too. At 50, we might still want to go big man for this. Return requirements, yeah, we should. Yeah, we're not really taking down enough lids. It's really been the story of this run here. We were just one egg off, actually. One egg away from doing it. Yeah, we are going to try running Fry on this one. Sweet weapon, what did we just loot? I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. This setup does seem to work a lot better, though. So we'll see what we can accomplish with it. Yeah, in order to have the requisite number of eggs, you do need to bait a lot of the lids down and take them out. Otherwise, the income's just not there. But you can bait them down, Splatterlights just do a lot of work for you. Whoa, danger. Whoa. Okay, Fry. This is your time to shine. We're coming up a little bit short here. We'll see. Just a few more eggs. Just a little bit short. Yeah, we need to draw more lids down near the end of that sequence. We've been a little late in doing that. In terms of just pulling them down. I like the setup and we'll keep it. Oop, got stuck there. That's the thing about running dually, is that I'm saying slamming lid has the problem where sometimes I'm trying to jump and I dodge roll the mistake. Against lids specifically, that's an issue. Because we're trying to jump up on the edge. Yeah, we're doing time at the moment, to be honest. Considering we don't even fry charged up yet. Yeah, no, we didn't even manage to finish that. This is not looking good. I do like frying, but I'm not charging up quickly enough. And this comes to the point of the level where we don't have enough lids coming down towards us to finish it properly. We'll redo it. It could be we need more damage output in general. Again, the current setup is built around a freeze break. It does mean that we do need to use the blast blue on top of the lids whenever we can. Otherwise, we shouldn't be running this, and we should be going for something different. Fry up and running much faster that time, which is a good sign. Again, lids do need to come down. Danger. Getting close. Here we go. And yeah, we made it. Just needed a few little tweaks in how we were playing, but that setup was clearly working. We just needed to hit things properly with it. Okay, let's go back to the speed setup so we can continue working on speed. We'll need a tactic setup eventually just to grind that up, but let's go back to this one. Okay, smokers. I think the setup will probably be fine, but let's see it. So we can dash around really quickly from point to point. From then on, it's mostly just not getting trapped in clouds and not getting too many enemies trapped in clouds. Big man going as well if needed. I think we're easily doing well enough for time, but Let's see. Yeah, that was no problem at all. Oh, this is the one where you have to race over to the stingers that are at the end. Well, naturally we keep a speed build then. Let's make sure we've got speed powers, and with the speed tank we'll also have the torrent activated upon swimming and upon the fly wire, so that should be okay. We just keep everything here. Just need to use the power strategically here to make sure we get across. I'm sure there's some kind of massive speed skip that you can do with some setups here as well, but we'll now just head over. Can I just get across? I can't. Yes, I can. Yeah, it shouldn't have stalled for too long for that, but that was clearly a location that we could have. Wow, we're way bad. Okay. Well, we won't make it because we got sniped, but had we not gotten sniped, we would have done this easily, I think. Oh, no, missed it. The flywire was still in cooldown and I didn't see. That's okay. This should be easily doable. We just need to clean up the route. Oh, no. Hang on. Yeah, that section there is a bit of an issue, but let's see what we can do with the rest. Oh, come on. Missed it. Missed it completely. Yeah, no. Way out of range. Yeah, if we want to take that middle passage, we have to be aware of that. That's a somewhat likely location to get sniped. Let's get off to a better start. Whoa. No, and unfortunately we've put ourselves in danger by falling in the water. That was the issue. Otherwise we could have made it through here just fine. Also, okay, you can't cling to absolutely every surface with a wire and things. Just inkable surfaces. That's something that we need to remember as well. This will be a failure. And we missed a wire anyway. That's okay, just a few minor improvements. Yeah, you're saying poison leaf this stage can be cleared in about 5 to 10 seconds. I can see that happening. Like if you had the, what do you call it? If you're combining something like jump bomb and the fly wire and maybe the torque screw, like if you build them correctly, I can see that just kind of getting over the first jump. I feel like we'd need to invest a little more into the torque screw first before we have a clean setup for doing that, but I feel like it's designed to accommodate possibility for sure. So okay. Oh no. That's what gets us into trouble. And then yeah, that doesn't cling onto that surface. Let's restart. I can't believe there's no restart button, that's just a restart button. Let's just try it. You're saying not even a screw is needed? Yeah. I guess with the jump bomb, you can probably get a good amount of height on it. And Muggy, welcome. Yeah, we might want to figure that out. Just to find a more efficient route. And yeah, I do want to handle this solo by myself for the time being. But as we're offering. Yeah. 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 Because I have been trying to learn the whole game solo as much as we can here. Okay. Doing much better this time. Oh, no, missed. I just needed to jump to the wire on the left. That's all we needed to do. That would have been the clear, easily. And yeah, Monkey, you managed to get through the ad break. Yeah, we'll be able to do this. I just want to give it a few more tries here. But thanks for offering. Yeah, that's true. I guess the bot hop gives you a ton of initial height to do it. I hadn't really been reassigning the bot at all, in fact. That's something that I've maybe been missing on this stage in general. But it's okay. We'll try this route first and we'll mess around with it if things are not going well. Oh. No, things are not going well. Just slowed myself down too much in danger. Let's redo. Yeah, I'm sure I can figure out the other way as well. This was the original route we were taking when I was first doing the level. But the thing is, like, it's clearly within reach, right? Like, I had about 14 seconds onto the final jump. Even with this method. But it's true that, like, the whole time I've been playing this level, I hadn't even thought about using the bot hop for that initial boost. And yeah, Titus, no worries about that. It's okay. We'll stay on it. Actually, there's so many shortcut possibilities that you can see that later in this level. Not even the earliest section, but whoop. No. That was unfortunate. It's been a bit sloppy here. Hang on. It is odd that this doesn't have a quick reset button like so many other stages do, but we'll I doubt. But yeah, I guess if you do it a quick way, then this is a very easily farmable stage, potentially. Oh, no, just way too sloppy here. Yeah, maybe we should just do it a cheesy way, but let me see, because the thing is, my way here is absolutely within reach. We just made too many messes. Getting the bomb dash is actually better than the hop. Yeah, we have hardly been using the dash, in fact. Like, let me just put this on for moments. Yeah, because I guess it gives you some more coverage over distance. It's true. What I'm missing is the speed tank buff that makes me also make my own ink as I swim. Do I even have that, really? Or is that on one of the other gadgets? Well, we'll figure that out. Yeah, you honestly wish if they add any quality of life updates, they add a restart rate option to all missions, not just the hidden compass stages. Yeah, the thing is I've hardly had to restart anything over the course of this game, so we didn't really even notice that friction until now. Am I really missing that? Let's see. While active, both swim and run speed increase, and a torrent blows away summoners as it inks the ground. That's not it, though. Let me see. Let's... Oh, and I guess you can probably use the big double jump here as well. I should actually put on a double jump now that I think about it. That's probably more useful than some of what we're running here. Since we don't need the attack power or anything, obviously, for this stuff. Like, we check the powers here for a moment. Yeah, we don't need a damage increase or anything, so we can just take those off. Let me take a look at this for a moment. Yeah, because you can do this, you can do the double jump. Whoop. Then you would need a secondary jump on a jump bomb. Which I'm not even sure if I have. We haven't touched this in the longest time, which is why everything's so low level on it. I think you probably have to buy it. Let me just check it. Slow fall, we saw that in the speed extravaganza earlier, and then this the double trouble for the second jump. I see it. I don't know if I want to buy it just for this level, though. I mean, we already have a way to finish it. But we may as well leave a movement skill on just in case. I mean, we don't need that turret or anything, so we might as well customize a bit. So we have more things available. Yeah, because then you can still do the double jump after that. Well, we can try it. It's pretty significant, actually. Like, look at that. On the roof. That's a lot of height. Yeah, it is true that if they're just discouraging a player from restarting and dropping all of the loot that they had, but instead they want you to be encouraged to finish what you're doing. It does make a certain amount of sense. Well, let's see it. Without maxing out the bomb, because I don't use the jump bomb very much, and so I don't know if I want to spend a 10k on it. Unless we absolutely have to. But we can see, we can do a little height check here. Just to try it out. Oh, wrong button. I needed the L. Got a bit confused there because the thing is, in the stage with the presets on speed, it put my flywire on R, whereas normally I run on an L. Let's restart. We could have just done it here, I guess, but we'll see. And yeah, 069, you can spam your way through the crane scene, that is true. Okay, you know what, we can just get over here quickly. Let's see if we can get the height gain that we need for that. Then use the correct button. Not quite with this. I guess maybe you do need the additional charge on the bomb in order to do that. We'll try it. Yeah, we're just a little short on it. Just a little bit short. So it does look like you would need to max out the dash bomb unless you have some additional ability that sends you up, like the vortex, for instance. Which we can do in lieu of the last boot. I'm just being cheap about it, and here we go, torque screw. Let me see how my torque screw is currently doing. Here we go, torque, whoops, yeah. Doesn't actually give you very much. And I don't know that I have to get my double jump on top of that. Let's say we had... Well, no, it wouldn't really give you much because the thing is you need an additional bit of height off of it. So it doesn't actually synergize that well with the hot being the starting point. Yeah, Monkey, you're saying you think having double trouble would still be a good idea because it allows you to have it recharge while also having one still available. True. Okay, we're gonna drop this idea for a moment. And yeah, Titus, you were saying you think I have enough height. I wonder, actually, we might need a length extension on the flywire. That's maybe the hindrance here. And actually, I should have this in reserve anyway, because when we get some other upgrades down, we may just want this regardless, because I've been having a few problems with the reach. And we can just replace some kind of damage ability with this, since we don't need it. Let's go 6 for now. And go with this. That may actually be what's needed, because it's the wire length that was the issue. Alright, so let's not forget to put this back on. Put this somewhere comfortable. Yeah, there are a lot of gadgets that I've hardly used, actually, just because we've been a little bit... Oh yeah, that totally does it. Okay, I think we'll make it on time. Okay, that works. That works well enough. But I think my original route was clearly viable as well. We just missed that one jump from incline to incline. Anyway, let's put things back the way they were. We'll probably want to have the wire length available for some other purposes anyway. And so it makes more sense for me to upgrade that than the jump bomb that we generally haven't really been running. What setup are we on here? We're on the blaster speed setup. Let me put this back on tether and see what's new on tether. Just this one here. Okay, back to business. Big shots. Okay, back to levels where you can't read what's going on. Just like old times. You'd think the tether is pretty good for this one, but we'll see. You just need to mitigate the number of circles that you have to dodge in general. Out of ink. Stay in the air a little bit so we don't get hit too much. This is one level where I do appreciate having the HP increase from finishing all the leveling up earlier. You know what? We can big man the rest before things get too wild here. Yeah, Monkey said you need to grind for the gems now. Yeah, I haven't run them out so far, but I have been very cautious about spending. Just in case I need to have a big change of setup and suddenly build very heavily into some gadget that I haven't been using very much. So that's why we haven't really been spending too much of a reserve on upgrades while we're still able to clear. But yeah, I'm only this far on the mess hall so far from the first attempts that we made at it last time. So we're just seeing what the limit of my current setup is and seeing what we can achieve. There must be super spicy rematches with the bosses as well, right? Yeah, okay, 60, 70, 80. For more gems. Let's keep going. Yeah, do we want to stick with the blaster setup for this? I think it'll be fine. And yeah, Monkey, it does seem like the cost for everything ramps up quite a bit. It's going to take a long time to collect everything. Because of different upgrades and everything else. Now, freezing these doesn't actually help that much when they don't have their tops open for big damage, but it does mitigate some of the incoming damage, I guess. Having the ice without the ice break effect actually works out all right here. Fly line is also fantastic for this. Oh, missed it. Oh, in danger here. Let's watch out. A little bit late on this one. I think we might be a little light on damage general, which was my concern with these guys, is that they are so well defended when their tops are not open that, yeah, I'm going to be a bit behind on the timer, that you need to damage them with much more efficient timing, I think, sometimes. Like freeze them with their tops open or something and just pop them all. We probably had enough eggs on the field that time, we just didn't collect efficiently either. I actually wonder, because we want slightly easier collection, whether we want to actually run the icebreaker build instead. Means we can't fly line around, but we might be able to get them down faster. Yeah, the thing is, they mitigate too much damage. Like, the tops aren't open. Oh, that was unfortunate. Stood in the wrong place for that. This has been messy. Still way off in time. Oh, we popped that. We actually might have been able to clear it. Have we done the last bit of the collection? It's actually doing a little bit worse though, otherwise. Let's go back to the other one. We just need to play this a little better. I think it's doable this way. It's just that we don't see their weak points open at the right time often enough. And so we're wasting a lot of damage on, whoops, when they are still completely inside their shell. Yeah, Titus, you're saying these late game raids are tough. I'm starting to hit a little bit of friction. I mean, we had a really easy time with many of them earlier today, but yeah, you see you freezed it when it's actually open, and look how quickly it goes down instead. So just need to work on our timing for when we actually go cooldowns against these guys. And bad timing once again, just couldn't get in close enough. Oh, we're in trouble. Yeah, timing matters a lot for these. That was not good timing. But then, if they're open, you see, then you can just blast into them all at once, so... Yeah, we just need to time our attacks against them better. I think that will solve many issues. Glows, I mean, we did, again, have the right number of eggs exposed, we just didn't have enough time to collect at the end. I think our current method will work, but we need to be more cautious about when we time the cooldowns instead of just spending them whenever. We do need to make sure that they've opened up. Yeah, come on. Standing in a bad location there. I might need something with a bit more range. Wish we had a 5-star Squelcher already. Oh, hang on. Get over there, get over there. I just needed to collect everything in the middle, but we didn't have my abilities up. We just needed one jump, one fly wire there, and everything was on the table. We basically had it, we were just completely out of position for collecting at the end. It's been the case a few times now with this one, so... Seems to be right on the cusp of what we're able to do. We did lose a bit of time there that time from getting out of danger, but that's fixable. Oh. Just get out of danger for a moment. Let's see, should be able to pop these guys. Oh, almost. There we go, lots of time remaining. We just needed to collect the eggs. That was really the one missing piece there. Yeah, that was, again, clearly within reach. We just needed to play better. Okay. I think Firewire will be pretty good for this one as well if we can manage to hit things somewhat accurately when they're up in the air. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to collect quickly enough here. Oh, just under the line. Just under. Yeah, they are pretty hard to hit when they're flopping about like that. Even with the flywire. Monster might be too short range for this, but well, we'll see what we can do. This is another one where maybe big man's not the optimal choice. You might want fire for this one. But however, we should have enough. Yeah, it's really the small fry one that we're probably most worried about at the end. Okay, this one here, I think we actually do want to go back to Splatolites. Although Flywire is not bad against it, potentially. Because otherwise you jump around everywhere just trying to collect. Because just being able to collect on time between objectives is the thing that makes this one difficult. Yeah. Oh, we absolutely want a Splatlight Spell for this one. Obvious reasons. Take advantage of the bot jump too. Might be a bit of an issue here, but yeah, we're not collecting the other quick one. I'm going to try it with Flywire, actually. Because as much as the Splatlights help you collect, we're not getting them down quickly enough. Technically, if you go Power Tank with Flywire, it works even better. But I think we're just going to hop back over to this one and give it a go. And if XN you're saying, is the game finished by completing 50 plus 100? I'm not sure. I'm fairly new to the endgame. This is my second sitting with it, and we haven't taken the bottomless buffet that far yet. At this point, so there's lots still left to see. Yeah, eventually the towers come down. Let's see here. Then we go Flywire to just climb, then we can get them down really quickly, tower to tower. Get a Flywire going. I kind of whiffed that one. Blaster works out quite nicely against this attack. This is one where Big Man might not be great either, because I might want Fry to just dump on everybody from the top, but we're getting a decent number of eggs, so maybe we don't complain too much about that. Actually, we just need to collect the rest of the eggs. Come on, where's my eggs? How many eggs? Could not see where to collect. Yeah. A little bit slow in the collection. That's what it is. So, Monkey, you were saying you don't think the levels like the bottomless levels have an end? So, let me see. Let me show you on the map. So, this is what we're looking at so far. It clearly goes much, much lower. Certainly until you start having level 80 on the side. Just how much lower, we'll see. But last time I basically played until I lost and I thought, okay, then that's a good time to double back and farm some resources and try to figure out a better setup for it. We may go back to push a little further on that today. But right now, while we're close on these, we'll continue pushing on these instead and farm them a bit. Yeah, so you're saying the bottomless levels have an end, but also don't. Yeah, that's what I kind of assumed, is that, you know, they're kind of endless, but with an objective that's sort of like a major point of acknowledging what you've done. I sort of assumed it would be structured like that. Like the Pit of 100 Trials, only more so. Oh. Didn't manage to hit what I wanted. The fly wire there. Yeah, sometimes things are just in the way. There is a piercing effect on the flywire I can build into, which I have not obtained yet, which maybe I should. There we go, finally got one. Again, actually being able to collect here has been a bit of an issue, and part of it's that I'm not turfing enough either. Has somewhat limited mobility. Oh, let's try to fly wire up there, and we missed it. Once again, just needed a few more at the end. I wasn't really watching a timer that time. That was one of the issues. I think it's doable to set up. The blaster might be a little bit short range for this. But the blaster is pretty good for taking the towers down all at once. Jump bomb might actually be really good for this, if we bothered to build into it. Let's not get so stuck this time on flywire not going to the right place. can. Missing 2 eggs, really. If you're thinking of Fen for this stage, let's take a look. Yeah, just give yourself a bit more of a sustained jump so you don't fall all the way to the bottom. That could be right. I actually think the mid-air jump might not be too bad either. Well, we're really close with the current setup though. I want to push at it just a little bit more. But definitely we can make a few adjustments. I might want to put the flywire length back on, in fact, since I looked into that already. Previously on the lower difficulties we did this fight pretty much entirely with spotlights, which worked pretty well. Maybe spotlights plus flywire. Spotlights mostly just for collection purposes. We use flywire to replace the boots. Maybe that's better for this one. Oh yeah, didn't I say I was going to replace Big Man with Fry, because we can actually damage some of these when we put up. Any eggs down there for me? No. Yeah, actually, that's one thing. I didn't even use Big Man at all that time. But if we trade Big Man out with Fry, then we can actually dump on everybody. When we're charged up. I realized that was one thing we wanted. So the phase when we use the power, the showstopper, is a bit more efficient when it comes to our damage output. We don't really need Big Man for defense in this one. We do need somebody who can hit up here. Oh, just budged in my way. This one didn't actually go that well, actually, if you look at the log here. Soul's just slightly under by about 2. yeah, we played not very effectively before we got the power up that time, so we can still improve that. Still just slightly too slow. By about 2. I think we need the splats back. Probably. Like we go. This preset here. Whoops. Then. We go Flywire, and then Meteor I don't think is probably what we need. We could do Splatter for ground clearance, or actually Shellacker might be interesting here. Let's see. We've hardly use this, as you can see, but I'm not sure because we hit things at range, but I'm not sure that would actually be efficient for what we're going for here. But with this setup, we have a faster reloads on the cooldown for each of these. Actually, let's just switch it. And then totally mess with our muscle memory here, but that's okay. We can still use the Meteor for some ground clearance and for the effect, for applying the effect. Now we have 2 different weapons, in fact, that will apply to buff, which makes me think that we can probably replace one of these here. Let's go wire length. We'll stick it with the blaster for now. Yeah, because then we have splatter lights to take care of collection for us and also clear space. Make it a lot more efficient. because then we don't need to be quite so precise about staying on towers. Oh, we're still in big man. Got to switch back to front. That's okay. We'll still do it. Some things were going a lot more efficiently just then anyway, so. Yeah, we forgot to switch out of big man. That's what I get for using my preset. Some things were going okay there. The meteor obviously isn't too impactful. I'm not sure about a good one on power that will actually make sense here to go with our splatter lights. I think we actually go mid-air jump for this, because then we can really truly go tower to tower without as many issues. A little worse on time than we were previously. There we go. 13 seconds remaining. That was so much better. Shows you how much more effective Fry is on this stage. And moreover, how much better splatter lights are on the stage. We've never been able to do it without. Okay, which one was this one? This one, everything flies. Very straightforward. Why fish? Well, I think we still keep this. Mostly because of Flywire. Okay. Although you can see the single target nature of the Julie's build being maybe more effective for this with the freeze break. Regardless, I think we're mostly going to be concerned about survival here, so. Oh, in danger already. Well, apart from the one part where we needed to get out of danger, that also went pretty smoothly. Okay, for Mars. Yeah, I don't know what the blaster build will be. What we need for this one. I find that meat here is pretty effective against them. Let's go back to this build, just try it first. I feel like it's more promising. And yeah, Sin, FM, etc. You think after Raiders you're getting 4? Well, 4 is going to happen at some point. I mean, this series is too popular in Japan to ignore, essentially. I think there'll be a lot of questions about what direction they take 4, whether it's going to be something maybe a little less iterative. Ooh. See what happens with that. I think there's a lot that could be potentially done with it. We made really good time on this one. Really good time with this one. Shockingly good. Well, that leaves a small fry. Now, the thing about small fry is that it's a pure DPS race, and previously we did go with tactics for it to have the lasers up. In terms of my weaponry, I'm not even sure what's going to be most efficient here. Let's go back to this for a moment. I don't think flywire is going to be useful here. We do want the turrets. But we maybe want you to just rebuild it completely for tactics. Actually, let's try a tactic setup and just do it from scratch. Let's splatter lights up in their current form. We'll have Tether Whale. We both, yeah, we have just Tether Whale and splatter lights on automatic. And the thing about running turret on this is that it helps us spot the target. So we probably still want shot pot. I think we can just do it as is. And then see if we can do something about the relic powers too. Up the damage a little bit. We're not going to defeat any summoners here, obviously. Danger's not really as much of a problem either, perhaps. Oh, we no longer have the auto on the tank abilities. That might be an important consideration here. Well, we don't want to run out of ink, because that's maybe significant here as well. We're not going to be subverted very much. The only other thing is that maybe we'll take speed off for something else, but let's go with this for the time being and see what we can do with it. Because this one might just be a matter of having to spend to improve your weapon until you can get it, depending on how much more difficult it is than the previous version, which was already a very tight damage check. We try to keep it in the turret area, or in the tether area rather. We're just going to jump around a bit. I just wonder if we should go roller or something on this one. It's in the air quite a bit, actually. I have to trace it and follow where it's going when it's doing that. We take advantage of the faraway damage on the monster as well. Nowhere near. Yeah, blaster may not be a great choice for it. Let's see, because we're not hitting it very much. Let's try to water wing. We haven't leveled this up yet, but maybe that could be effective. Ink is a bit of an issue right now. But I kind of expect we'll need to increase weapon damage by a lot to get this one. Let's try to focus down a lot better. Try to keep it within the turret area. Maybe the splatter lights aren't doing too much for me here. I think previously we went splash it on this actually, just for the extra burst damage. Splatter lights don't do enough. I mean, they can catch it a little bit, but they're barely touching it. So. Yeah, because previously the way I did this was I used splash on cooldown, and that's not going to be relevant. That's not going to be relevant either. And everything else is already where we want it. Might build something like a cooldown bonus on it. Or we can put on a freeze. 33%, this is really not bad. I don't think the vertical slash matters here at all either, but we'll do that. In fact, since we have the automatic activation on the tender whale, let's put this on L. Close. Well, after 7 out of 10, it gives you the last 3 all at once, if it's anything like it was before. Let's go back to the twin cans because then we can potentially get the critical effect on the freeze and freeze break. Although I think what I discovered here is that because of the ink consumption, we actually do not want to use a dodge roll. We'll try to keep it within the laser, whenever possible. Oh, totally missed. No, not even close. I think we got up to 6s before. No, not even that. We're still in 5. Yeah, the Scorch isn't going to be relevant here. Let's go with this stuff. I actually wonder. We have HP going down. But then fast gadgets, and then we have the risky reward with it. That could be an interesting synergy, except small fry does hit pretty hard. You would put yourself at risk of just being shot down by that. I think we probably do need to figure out a way to use our abilities here as well. But let's see what we can do. It may be one that we just need to come back for. Still 6 out of 10. I don't think this is happening without significantly greater weapon damage. This might be one of the last things we finish. Fry might actually have the right idea for once. Well, we did pretty well for finishing these. Let's see what we can do with the remaining buried ruins. Perhaps, which one was this one? This one was quite a lot to work with. In fact, let's go back to some other presets. Back to the blaster build. Let's try to wrap up those ones at least. shouldn't have stood there. Okay, time was fine even after getting spotted. Might even have used Big Man a little prematurely there, but yeah, we need to just not get in danger. Nope, should have waited for that to come out first. Fish is going to be a problem here. We're actually doing okay for eggs, maybe. Ooh, maybe not. Should have gone Big Man at the end there, taking too many unnecessarily great risks. Yeah, just short actually. We just needed 2 eggs. We could see on the screen. We should have gone Big Man when it was available instead of needlessly burning time. Well, that's doable with our current setup. Very doable. In fact. Let's go. Get what we can here. I wonder if we should go for some more weapon damage at this point. It'll be pretty pricey, but we're hitting the point where it may actually be beneficial to bump this at least a little bit. If we're not manipulating too many other properties for the time being, except, of course, maybe we should save for gadget upgrades as well, since we are sometimes reliant on the gadget damage. I like the blaster though. We've been running it a lot, and we've been running it often enough that I think building into it will play out. So just a little boost will do. I'm in danger already. We must have really messed that one up. even need big net for this one. Oh, went a little too early on this one. Oops. Just a bit careless there as we were crossing the entire map. Big stack stinger. Yeah, very fortunate for us just how good blasters are against stingers. When you get right in the face. Okay, this is the last of the buried ruins. Smokers causing us problems here. Made pretty good time. smokers really do have to go down to it. Causing all kinds of grief last time. A bit more. There we go. Okay, extra crispy. Smoker's gotta go down. No problem at all, actually. Okay, so more parts, and then that is it for all of these stages in Super Spicy. So we've been doing pretty well today. We filled in this column. We filled in everything here except for the small fry battle. We filled in all of this column. So we got the bosses remaining. We've got, of course, pushing in further in the Bottomless Buffet, which we may want to try a little bit just for the setup to push maybe a few more stages in there to see how we do. And of course, at some point, we'll want to do as much as we can to push through the Spiralite farming as well, which should be pretty beneficial. I think what I'll do let's do a little bit more scrapping. And yeah, some other lower level 4-star ones that I think we're unlikely to use. How much more can we afford on this? Just 3 more. Let's take it because it's clearly having an impact. And I'm going to take this into Bottomless Buffet to push just a few more levels. We're not going to go too much further today, I think, but we'll just see if we can perform a little better here, since this, with all the upgrades we've been putting in, does seem to be outperforming what we were doing with the pure Icebreaker build. Depending on what we're facing as the opposition, of course. I don't mind platforming the central section on this, of course. Can't get too complacent about it. There's my last one. My last egg. There we go. Barely over the line. 4 seconds. Yeah, the enemies were kind of surprisingly sparse in that level. Running. I think we may have some time to choose here, but we'll see what we can do. Whoa, that's unfortunate. Considering that we just need one more egg here. And in fact, we actually did collect it as we went down. That's very unfortunate. Momentary loss there, that we should have been able to avoid. Let's just use Big Man off the bat. We'll probably even get a second charge on him if we're efficient enough. Pretty good on the blast boot there. I think we'll probably try to build into that if we can make that change. We just need one upgrade somewhere to afford that. That's a huge bonus. In fact, we're going to benefit from this anyway. Like, we might as well shed a point because that's an improvement, and then we'll keep that. Let me make sure, in fact, that we have my presets saved for that little tweak here. Just so I don't forget. That could be very significant. Yeah, I do like how as you get deeper into the bottomless buffet, you have ever more platforming complexity. I would love to see in Splatoon. Oops, sit in the wrong place. I think our HP is maxed out, I guess. Managed to make it out of that one, just barely. Yeah, actually, let's use a showstopper right off the top because we'll rebuild a second charge anyway. Get a bit of an opening advantage. As long as I don't get myself into danger afterwards. We're doing well enough on time that we could maybe survive from that even one hit. More treasure. Yeah, I'm sure eventually we'll put all of these together as 3-star or 3-diamond sets. But it looks like we do still have some ways to go yet before that's going to happen. I'm liking Flywire against Slamming Lid quite a bit. Don't need to bother to bait it down or anything, we just run for it. Yeah, we don't need much more here, so we just survive the danger if we can, and we have plenty of time. Oh, Steel Eel's gonna get me into trouble here. Let's just go big man and get out. Whoop. That was unfortunate. I knew I wasn't getting out of that one. We were so close too to having all the eggs done. It was a bit of an unfortunate last minute mishap there, and we do have enough eggs on the field at this point. Here we go. And holding big man in reserve for this one since damage numbers seem to be okay, but we'll see. Kind of keeping him for emergencies until we get a little further along in time. We'll be fine. We'll be just fine. Just a little bit more. Why not? It's been doing well for us. It's our de facto main. Oop. Maybe unnecessarily risky here. Was that smoke that was causing problems? Oop. Nope, nope. Just couldn't get out. I saw that coming, but didn't have enough movement to get out of danger there. Yeah, since we're doing okay for damage, I was holding Big Man for emergencies there as well. We may actually just use Knock Top here, so we can have a better approach to the Stinger, as well as the Smokers, which we're in a way, because then we don't need to mess around the platforming there too much. We'll hopefully be able to recharge him in time for when we need him. We fell off there. Be very careful about egg collection on the central platform. We were running the long range buff on one of our other setups earlier. An additional 4%. And look at that, we have our first 5-star stringer, which is going to be good for fermenting and speed. We might give that a go at some point. We've got a lot of weapons that we've hardly played with yet that maybe when we run the big spiral-like crystal stages, we'll have an ample opportunity to experiment. In a moment, I'm going to see if we can push 30. We might stop there for today, irrespective of whether to clear it, but we'll give it a look. We're clearly ahead of the damage curve a little bit right now. So it's mostly just not dying. Yeah, Flywire has been really good to us against a couple of the enemies that have traditionally given me positional trouble. Let's use Big Man just in case. Just to clean this up. We have enough eggs, we just need to get out of trouble. Should have enough at this point. actually a little worried about the timer on this one. But we got through. There we go. And naturally, it goes even further with a bit of a gap in the suggested level number. We'll get this up to a nice round number. We can, just barely. So yeah, pretty clear main weapon at this point in terms of damage, but that's been working out quite nicely for what we've been going for lately. Now, much as I'd like to continue, I think this will be an appropriate spot to break off for today. We did pretty well. Cleared, again, this column, all but one of this column. This column. Now, even with the plus 20 damage of my current blaster weapon, I think it might still be a bit of a tall order to approach the small fry just yet. The blaster might not be a great fit for it anyway, depending on how on target we can be about firing, so I think we'll hold that one off a little bit longer. We'll want to attempt each of these, despite a level 80 marker on it, as open stages at a runtime, and I think it's completely feasible. So that'll be a good opportunity to maybe play around with some other weapons and a tactics-oriented build as well, so we can farm that one up properly again. And yeah, lots done. Got the last remaining compass stages done. Got all the skill points out of the way. We're progressing nicely. It's really just a matter of doing these remaining clears. This one, the bosses, of course, the boss rematches, all three of them, and just pushing further and further below. But rather swifter post-game progress than we necessarily expected today. So yeah, I think until we come back from more, and we've been on this nearly every day, I think, we'll continue to develop some new ideas every now and then. I mean, I thought it was kind of stuck on the icebreaker build for a while, but then today we really made this blaster tether combination work quite nicely, and it's been getting us quite far. We'll probably, when we run the Spiralite levels, return to banking on more resources instead of spending them right away, so we have the option to switch to some other ideas. But right now we've got a pretty good focal point for what we're doing. And I think this will be a good place to postpone until we can get down this list as well. So, thank you so much for joining me today. It was nice to have a lot of interaction with more and more of the audience for this game trickling in, as you've all been, I'm sure, progressing quite nicely on your own files and trying out your own various experiments. We'll be back for much more, and if you missed any earlier part of the run that you're curious about seeing, we've been archiving everything on YouTube day by day. Hope to see you back again for more, but whether you do return or not, whether you are chatting or lurking or anything else, thanks for watching today. And until we meet again, have a wonderful time with whatever you may be looting and shooting. And as always, everything well.